my god, that just like, oh, am I here? I'm gonna cry on stream. Also, I cannot figure out how the fuck do I get this to full screen again. This was like from my last, this was from my last one. Hold up. I need to check to see if you can actually hear the game. Because the music in this game is amazing. Oh, hold up. I don't think I can hear it. Oh my gosh. Brother. Brother, uh, uh, properties? No, that's Spotify. Um, hold up, guys. This is concerning. I'm trying to fix this. I'm sorry. um, you don't know what Undertale is? Oh my gosh. Okay, why is it not working? It is good. It is so good. Last time I did it was a little over, like, way over a year ago, probably about 2 years ago. And oh my gosh, it was amazing. Is that gonna fix it? Is this going to fix it? Okay, finally. There we go. Okay, we fixed the audio, guys. We fixed the audio. I gotta quickly speed through this because, you know, this is the end of my last one. We already went through this. We already went through this, guys. We have to reset this. We have to reset this shit. We have to reset this. I feel bad. I feel bad. This is my first ever run. It was like 600 and... Oh, wait. I didn't read. I did not read a thing. I don't know how they don't know what Undertale is. And now I feel horrible because I'm gonna put you through the worst route. Hydration today is strawberry lemonade, guys. I just brought the entire thing. Now come along, come on. Okay, I don't know. I really don't know how to get it to full screen. I really don't know how to get it to full screen. Do 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 do. How do you do this? I forgot what to do. I forgot what to do. I completely forgot how to play this game. It's Mario, gosh. Do 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 do. How do I do this? How do I do this? I'm trying to... How do you skip cutscenes? I'm sorry, I've seen this. I've seen this before. I've seen... Do I need to, like, go out? I think I need to close out of Undertale and then open it again. I think I'm gonna try that. Need food. Oh. Okay, well, it's done this again. We get to see the entire story. One day, war broke out between the two races. After a long battle, the humans were victorious. They sealed the monsters underground with a magic spell. Many years later, Mount Ebott, 201X. That means that the Undertale is past. Legends say that those who have climbed the mountain never return. There we go. There we are. We're fallen. We're fallen underground, bro. We died. There's our dead body. We died. That's Undertale. Pits of hell. Yeah. Okay. Will this let... Okay, true reset. That's what we're... Wait, is there a setting? No, it's just the language settings. Okay, true reset. Who should we be named? Should we be named Sid? Or should we be named something else? Shout. Sins, oh gosh. What should our name be? You guys gotta agree on it, though. You guys gotta agree on this name. You already named last stream. We're not gonna name you. We're not gonna name the fallen human Shiny Dino. You guys do realize what route I'm doing, right? Y'all realize what route I'm doing. Do y'all realize what route I'm doing? Oh my god. Just name it after my chat. Should I just name it chat? Chat, y'all are gonna be responsible. Y'all are gonna be responsible for everything. So, y'all are gonna be named chat. Oh gosh. That's your name. Oh gosh. Don't we go through like an entire character creator or something? No, we don't. That's Deltarune. Okay, how do you actually... Nope. Oh, fuck, I quit it. Oh shit. Oh shit. I was like, huh, that might go to the settings. No, that does not. That does not go to the settings. That does not go to the settings. That quits the game. Fuck, we have to go through this again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I'm horrible. Oh gosh, hold up, chat. We might have another chance. Oh, you can skip it. Oh. Okay. Wait. Oh. F4 full screen. Oh my god, it works! It works as intended! Holy shit! It was literally going to my other screen earlier. It was legitimately going to my other screen. We can actually play this full screened. Holy shit, guys. We're not playing where, like, I can't see shit and you guys can see everything. Yeah, I know it was huge. Oh my gosh, we could do this finally. We could do this. Now y'all are gonna be uppercased. Chat. Done. Yes. Okay, we are going to learn from our mistakes. We are going to learn from our mistakes. 1K more rocks. Oh gosh. Oh, I can finally see. I can finally see. Howdy, I'm Flowey. Flowey the flower. I gotta do the voices. You're new to the underground, aren't you? Golly, you must be so confused. Someone ought to teach you how things work around here. I guess little old me will have to do. Ready? Here we go. See that heart? That's your soul, the very culmination of your being. Your soul starts off weak, but it can grow strong if you gain a lot of love. What's LV stand for? Why, love, of course. You want some love, don't you? Don't worry, I'll share some with you. Down here, love is shared through little white friendliness pellets. Are you ready? Move around, get as many as you can. I'm not gonna get them. Hey, buddy, you missed them. Let's try again, okay? Is this a joke? Are you brain dead? Run into the bullets! The friendliness pellets. You know what's going on here, don't you? You just wanted to see me suffer. Oh no, we're actively dying. Die. Oh no. What shall we do? Oh my god, he's burning! Also, add in 50 seconds. What a terrible creature. Torturing such a poor, innocent youth. Ah, do not be afraid, my child. I am Toriel, caretaker of the ruins. I feel bad for what I'm gonna do to you. I'm sorry in advance. I pass through this place every day to see if anyone has fallen down. You are the first human to come here in a long time. Come, I will guide you through the catacombs. I feel bad. This way. I feel very bad. Like, I feel horrible. Okay, we can save. The shadow of the ruins looms above, filling you with determination. HP fully restored. Oh gosh. I feel bad. I feel horrible. Welcome to your new home, innocent one. Allow me to educate you in the operation of the ruins. The ruins are full of puzzles. Ancient fusions between diversions and door keys. One must solve them to move from room to room. Please adjust yourself to the sight of them. I want to flip the lever. Oh, I can't. Only the fearless may proceed. Oh, I'm not fearless. I'm not fearless. I gotta go back, guys. Brave ones, foolish ones both walk not the middle road. To make progress here, you will need to trigger several switches. Do not worry. I have labeled the ones you need to flip. I wonder what ones I need to flip. I'll go this. Oh, I can't go this. Oh. Oh, there's literally room behind you. I can I can go behind you. I'm gonna flip this one instead. I'm not gonna listen to you. No. You want to press the other switch. I even label it for you. No, no, no. Isn't there like a dialogue that you can get? I'm waiting until chat gets back, by the way. You want to press the other switch. I think she has a dialogue for if you like try to keep doing it. I don't know how many times, but I'm pretty sure you have, like, we have a dialogue that she has. I don't think so. I've been here watching every move. I feel bad. Okay, you guys should be back. Splendid! I am proud of you, little one. Yeah, even after I took like 14 tries. Let us move to the next room. As a human living in the underground, monsters may attack you. You will need to be prepared for this situation. However, worry not. The process is simple. When you encounter a monster, you will enter a fight. While you are in a fight, strike up a friendly conversation. I'm not gonna do that. Stall for time, I will come to resolve the conflict. She's gonna watch me fucking murder everybody. No, she's gonna be murdered she's gonna be one of the first murdered. I feel bad still. Practice talking to the dummy. I feel... Not for the dummy. Not for the dummy. This is literally a Dandy's World skill check, guys. The dummies are not for fighting! They're for talking! We do not want to hurt anybody, do we? I'm going to kill everybody. Come now. Yeah, we gotta kill everybody. There's another puzzle in this room. I wonder if you can solve it. She just watched me murder them. I murdered them in front of her. I forgot how this puzzle goes. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's something in the bush or something. Oh wait, I need to actually read the thingy. The western room is the eastern room's blueprint. Oh yeah. Oh, move out of the way. This is a puzzle, but here, take my hand for a moment. She's just guiding us through it. Puzzles seem a little too dangerous for now. Yeah, you watched me kill someone in front of you, dude. You have done excellently thus far, my child. However, I have a difficult request to ask of you. I would like you to walk to the end of the room by yourself. Forgive me for this. No, no, don't leave me. No, no, she's leaving me. Oh my gosh, she's leaving me. Oh no, she's leaving me. Oh no. Oh no, we gotta run. We gotta run. This is a long ass room, by the way. Oh my gosh, she's hiding behind the pillar. Greetings, my child. Do not worry, I did not leave you. I was merely behind this pillar the whole time. Thank you for trusting me. Yeah, I knew you were in the pillar. However, there was an important reason for this exercise. To test your independence. Yeah, like I didn't just fall down a fucking mountain and, like, was probably by myself as an unintended child. I must attend to some business and you must stay alone for a while. Please remain here. It's dangerous to explore by yourself. I have an idea. I will give you a cell phone. How do you even get self-service down there? If you have a need for anything, just call. Be good, alright? I forgot how to open the inventory. Oh, it's control. Okay. Oh my god, I can flirt with that. I forgot I could do that. Huh? Oh. How adorable. I could pinch your cheek. You can certainly find better than an old woman like me. I forgot you could do that. And there she goes again. Hello, this is Toriel. You have not left the room, have you? Oh yeah, I left that shit. There are a few puzzles ahead that I have yet to explain. It would be dangerous to try to solve them yourself. Be good, alright? Playfully crinkling through the leaves fills you with determination. HP fully restored. Okay, I think this is the candy. We're gonna take everything. Yeah, we're gonna take a piece of candy. And then we're gonna take another one. How disgusting. We're also gonna take another one. You feel like the scum of the earth. Now we're gonna take another one. You took too much too fast. The candy spills onto the floor. Look at what you've done. Oh, look at what you've done. Yeah, look at what we did. Look at what you did, chat. You took all the candy. Also, let me quickly, like, I gotta, I need to turn down my Undertale music. So hold up. Just a quick second. I am going to turn it down just a little bit because it is very loud. Nope, that's just settings. Nope, that's not the right thing. Do do do. Do 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 do. Ba da da do do do. Hold up! Hold your horses! Nope, that's just turning everything off. How do you do? Is it? No, that's microphone. Nope, that's literally also just settings. Stop it. Oh, it's that. Oh, yeah, it's that, I think. No? Well, I'm just turning the entire thing down. That's what we're doing. Okay, OBS, stop opening in... I think someone ate Shiny Dino. Chat, oh gosh. Oh gosh, we're gonna have to kill a Whimsum. We killed him. Oh my gosh, we have to go this way. Oh my gosh, we crawled through the vents. Hello, this is Toriel. For no reason in particular, which do you prefer? Cinnamon or butterscotch? I like butterscotch. Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Click. Oh my gosh. Hello, this is Toriel. You do not dislike cinnamon, do you? I know what your preference is, but... Would you turn up your nose if you found it on your plate? Right, I understand. Thank you for being patient, by the way. We didn't get no butterscotch. Oh, we gotta kill another person. Perfect. Oh my gosh, she calls so much! Hello? You do not have any allergies, do you? Huh? Why am I asking? No reason at all. Click. Okay. I think you start out right here. And then you... Oh, fuck. Oh, it's all the way down. It's all the way down. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, hey, we gotta kill another person. It's a mold small. Oh, we have to actually, like, we didn't kill it in one shot. Ah! Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. I forgot about that. I'm gonna suck at the Undyne fight. I just know it. Okay, go all the way down. This. Okay. Oh gosh. Meow. Oh gosh, I'm horrible at dodging. I forgot how much this game relies on you dodging. Ah, yes. Love when my frogs go meow. I think this is the one that talks. I'm gonna fucking kill. Nah. So you're asking me to move over? Okay, just for you, pumpkin. You want me to move some more? Alrighty, how's this? That was the wrong direction? Okay, think I got it. You wanted me to stay there? Or give me a real workout? It fills you with determination. It's Napstabloop. Meow. Oh yeah, Sid, what? What? This ghost keeps saying Z out loud repeatedly, pretending to sleep. Move it with force? Yeah. If you were level 4 right there, you could have skipped that Napstabloop fight. Oh gosh. I'm fine, thanks. Just plugging along. For now you have to kill the boy. Oh. Or now you have to kill the boy. Oh. Oh shit. Wait, how do you go back? Oh, it's shift. God. Okay. Napstablook is pretending to sleep. You do know you can't kill ghosts, right? We're sorta incorporeal and all. I was just lowering my HP because I didn't want to be rude. Sorry. I just made this more awkward. Then you cut my mom! Pretend you beat me. Ooh. I lost 1 experience point. Oh, these are the Froggets. Wait, I think there was something down there. No, no. Fucking Mike Wazowski looking ass. Please don't pick on me. Oh, I just immediately ran into that shit. Oh my god. Thank you. I'm just running into these. This is how bad I am at, like, these types of games. That you have to actually dodge stuff. I'm just like, oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, wait. We gotta have the fight, so we do have to go this way. Ooh. Hello, I just realized that it has been a while since I have cleaned up. I was not expecting to have company so soon. There are probably a lot of things lying about here and there. You can pick them up, but do not carry more than you need. Someday, you might see something you really like. You will want to leave room in your pockets for that. Click like a knife. There is just one switch. Yeah. Which one? Which one? Which one? You. Damn it, we were one off. What is that thing? I think you have like 12-ish monsters we need to kill. Oh gosh. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. In unison. Now. Ah. Swing your arms, baby. Cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. Nothing like alone time. Wonder if you'll be able to make it through chapter 1 of Deltarune. Probably not. Your love increased. I think this might be another fight. I probably should have saved. Fresh morning taste. Ah. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Contains vitamin A. Oh yeah, I did. Farmed locally. Very locally. Fuck you, bouncing onions. Shush. Whee! Dun, dun. It's a switch. Press it? Yes. I think it's a switch that's behind, like, the thing or whatever. We're just pushing all the switches, guys. Ah. Oh! No! No! You motherfucker. I forgot which one it was. You notice there's a blue switch behind the top. I already looked behind the pillars. Fuck you. Fuck you, I already noticed the pillars. Or looked behind them. There what? It's behind the pillar? It's behind the pillar? Are you behind the pillar? Are you behind the pillar? No, it's like actually just... Oh, god damn it. Please don't pick on me. Ow. Doo-doo-doo. I've got my eye on you. What is my... I'm at level 3. I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. The switch. Yeah, I'm gonna press it. Oh dear, that took longer than I thought it would. Hmm? How did you get here, my child? Are you hurt? Oh yeah, I kind of am. There, there. I will heal you. Thank you. I should not have left you alone for so long. It was irresponsible to try to surprise you like this. Well, I suppose I cannot hide it any longer. Come, small one. We're going the opposite way. I want to see what's over here again. I haven't played this in a while. I just want to look. Knife! I got a knife, guys. I got a knife. Weapon attack to 3. Hell yeah. We got a knife, guys. What do you have over there? A knife! No! Oh, hydrate. By the way, Chent, this is my hydration. Strawberry lemonade from Aldi's. It's very good. Oh yay, a save. Seeing such a cute tidy house in the ruins gives you determination. Do you smell that? I thought that was either apple juice or cider. Or cider. It's cider, guys. It's cider. Surprise! It is a butterscotch cinnamon pie. I thought we might celebrate your arrival. I want you to have a nice time living here. So I will hold off on snail pie for tonight. No! I have a pet snail. I forgot she likes to eat snails. Oh gosh. Is Pebble awake anyway? Pebble's like slightly awake. His head's out, but like their eyes are just whoop. So I think they're like just napping. Here, I have another surprise for you. I'm gonna be honest, that pie sounds atrocious. Like, dude. Oh gosh. Go. No. Hey, do not go down here. I have something to show you upstairs. Damn it, Toriel. Damn it. I want to go back. Let's go this way instead. We're going the opposite way because, yeah. You're gonna tell me something. There's fire. Just pleasantly warm. You could put your hand inside. I looked down and Aaron said I'm gay. She uses fire. I would never. There's some white fur stuck in the drain. Ugh. For some reason, there's a brand name chocolate bar in the fridge. Nice. This is it. A room of your own. I hope you like it. Oh, I'm gonna feel so bad. Is something burning? Make yourself at home. I'm gonna feel so bad. I'm gonna feel so bad. It's a big flower. Oh yeah. read it. You read the passage. Why did the skeleton want a friend? I'm sorry, Almacago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to cry tonight. I'm probably going to cry. It's you. I'm probably going to cry. Goatmeat. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Hello there. Let's sacrifice Crimson. Oh gosh. The pie has not cooled down yet. Perhaps you should take a nap. Yeah, sweet dreams. We're going in. We're gonna try to find a knife. A good knife. I think you have to get it at night, though. Dude, I'm going to feel bad. An empty photo frame. It's really dusty. A box of kids' shoes and disparity. Look at these cool toys. They don't interest you at all. I didn't realize the music changed. I didn't realize the music changed. Well, we're gonna sleep with the lights on. That's actually really neat. Oh. Oh my god, I'm gonna feel horrible. I'm gonna feel horrible. Oh my god, I'm gonna feel horrible. I'm gonna feel awful. I'm gonna feel awful about this. The size of the pie intimidates you too much for you to eat it. Inside the cupboard or cookie cutters. Oh god. It's still the same. Except for the pie being... I didn't... Up already? I see. I want you to know how glad I am to have someone here. There's so many old books I want to share. I want to show you my favorite bug hunting spot. We're so prepared a curriculum for your education. This may come as a surprise to you, but I have always wanted to be a teacher. Oh no! Oh god, I'm going to cry. Actually, perhaps that isn't very surprising. Still, I'm glad to have you living here. Oh, did you want something? What is it? Nothing. God, oh my gosh. I'm gonna grab that pie. I'm gonna grab that pie. Because I did the pacifist run before. Did you want to hear about the book I am reading? It is called 72 Uses for Snail. I'm gonna exit the ruins. How about an exciting snail fact? Did you know that snails sometimes flip their digestive systems as they mature? Interesting. Yeah, how do I exit? I have to do something. Stay here. Also, she won't kill you in her fight. As soon as you get low enough, she won't attack you anymore. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna feel even worse about this shit. No. Oh my gosh. I don't want to do this. Oh, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look at what you sent me. I'm going to absolutely fucking sob. Aaron. Aaron. You wish to know how to return home, do you not? Ahead of us lies the end of the ruins, a one-way exit to the rest of the underground. I am going to destroy it. No one will ever be able to leave again. Now be a good child and go upstairs. I'm not going upstairs. I'm sorry, Toriel. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's an ad break right now, too. I need to wait. Every human that falls down here meets the same fate. I've seen it again and again. It says ad break in progress. They come, they leave, they die. You naive child, you leave the ruins. They, Asgore, will kill you. Toriel, if you say snails are boring. I just watch. Oh my god. Okay, I need to I'm already crying a little bit. My eyes are watering up. I am only protecting you. Do you understand? Go to your room. Do not try to stop me. This is your final warning. You want to leave so badly. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. She revives, is alive in an alternate universe. Said, do you want to get to level 4 before you start the fight? I don't think you can keep leveling up in the ruins after you kill. Oh. Just think of the first run we did. Just think of the first run we did. The first run? Why does it say 24 viewers? Holy shit. What the hell? I looked over like what? Think of the first one. That was true pacifist. That was pacifist. That was a pacifist run. That was a pacifist run. That was a pacifist run. Prove to me you are strong enough to survive. Oh my god, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Shut the fuck up, Aaron. I'm going to cry because I know how this is going to go. I know this is how. Oh god. Oh god. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Toriel. Owie. Owie. Oh god. Just make this quick and easy, please. Please, just make this quick and easy. Oh my god. Ugh. Ow. Oh, I got it perfect, dude. I'm going to fucking cry, guys. And I'm still struggling to dodge these. Ow. Oh my god. And she's now avoiding me because I have too little health. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no. I did 60. I did 60. Oh. No. No. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. Ugh. You're stronger than I thought. Listen to me, small one. If you go beyond this door, I'm gonna wait until after this scene. Keep walking as far as you can. Eventually, you will reach an exit. Oh god. Oh god, no. Asgore. Do not let Asgore take your soul. His plan cannot be allowed to succeed. Be good, won't you? No. My child. Oh, God, no. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Oh my God, I killed her. Oh, why did you redeem that? Why did you redeem that at that time, dude? Hey Siri, set a 1 minute timer. Hey Siri, set timer for 1 minute. Crazy. It was crazy once. They left me a room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. There you go. Are you guys happy? Are you happy? I know Flowey's gonna be at the end of this and he's gonna be like, damn, dude, you just fucking killed her. Yup. I hope you like your choice. After all, it's not as if you could go back and change fate. In this world, it's kill or be killed. That old hag. That old hag thought she could break the rules. She tried so hard to save you humans, but when it came down to it, she couldn't even save herself. What an idiot. Oh my gosh. I think afterwards we're gonna have to try um like a neutral run. Boom, boom. This hasn't ever sounded like this before. Is that supposed to be the noise? Motherfucker, I wasn't trying to break it. No, I think this is normal. I think this is normal. I was like, is this a different, like, genocide run type thing? Sans. Gasp. Oh my gosh, he's walking up. Oh my gosh. It was one of the Tumblr sexy men of the year. Human. Don't you know how to greet a new pal? Turn around and shake my hand. The old whoopee cushion in the hand trick. It's always funny. Anyways, you're a human, right? That's hilarious. I'm Sans. Sans the skeleton. I'm actually supposed to be on watch for humans right now. But, you know, I don't really care about capturing anybody. Now, my brother, Papyrus. He's a human hunting fanatic. Hey, actually, I think that's him over there. I have an idea. Go through this gate thingy. Yeah, go right through. My bro made the bars too wide to stop anyone. Quick, behind that conveniently shaped lamp. Sup, bro? You know what's sup, brother. It's been 8 days and you still haven't recalibrated your puzzles. Oh my god, when you don't calibrate your puzzles? You just hang around outside your station. What are you even doing? Staring at this lamp. It's really cool. Do you want to look? No, I don't have time for that. What if a human comes through here? I want to be ready. I will be the one. I must be the one. I will capture a human. Then I, the great Papyrus, will get all the things I utterly deserve. Respect, recognition. I will finally be able to join the Royal Guard. People ask to be my friend. I will bathe and shower of kisses every morning. Maybe this lamp will help you. Sans, you are not helping, you lazy bones. All you do is just sit and boondoggle. You get lazier and lazier every day. Hey, take it easy. I got a ton of work done today. A skeleton. Sans! Come on, you're smiling. I am and I hate it. Ugh. Why does someone as great as me have to do so much to get some recognition? Oh wow, sounds like you're really working yourself. Down to the bone. Ugh. I will attend to my puzzles. As for your work, put a little more backbone into it. Yeah! Okay, you can come out now. Oh, I have to actually move to talk to him. You ought to get going. He might come back, and if he does, you'll have to sit through more of my hilarious jokes. What's the holdup? Look, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a dark cavern filled with skeletons and horrible monsters. What are these? They're rocks. They look they just look like balls. My god, it's balls. Actually, hey, hate to bother you, but can you do me a favor? I was thinking, my brother's been kind of down lately. He's never seen a human before, and seeing you might just make his day. Oh my god. Doing the Papyrus voice, like, fucks up my... I don't know. Don't worry, he's not dangerous. Even if he tries to be. Thanks a million. I'll be up ahead. The convenience of that lamp still fills you with determination. We're at level 6, guys. This is a box. You can put an item inside or take an item out. The same box will appear later, so don't worry about coming back. Sincerely? Sincerely? Thank you, Coffee Bot! Sincerely, a box lover. Oh yeah, we can just... Better not snowflake out. Ow. Let's go fishing. It's a fishing rod affixed to the ground. Reel it in? Yeah, let's reel it in. It's a photo of a weird-looking monster. Call me, here's my number. You decided not to call. I wonder why she's not answering. But nobody came. I wonder why. So, I was saying about Undyne. Oh! Sans, oh my god, is that a human? Exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. I can't fucking talk. Oh my gosh. Actually, I think that's a rock. Oh. Hey, what's that in front of the rock? Oh my god! Is that a human? Yeah. Oh my god! Sans, I finally did it! Undyne will. I'll be so popular! Popular! Human, you shall not pass this area. I, the great Papyrus, will stop you. I will then capture you. You will be delivered to the capital. Then... I'm not sure what's next. In any case, I think I might change his voice just because it's like... It's being weird with my voice and like it's causing my asthma to freak out. Because I'm like sitting here like wheezing. In any case, continue only if you dare. Well, that went well. Don't sweat it, kid. I'll keep an eye socket out for you. I have asthma, yeah. Funny thing, whenever I was a little kid, we used to have, like, so many birthday parties, like, in a row during the summer. And I kid you not, like, it was a birthday party after another birthday party after another birthday party. I went to so many in 1 week that I literally had to go to the heart hospital because my asthma, I had a bad asthma attack. And, like, I remember as a kid, like, they had, like, the large one that, like, went all over, like, the entire, mouth and you, like, puffed it in. That was, like, a big norm in my childhood. I don't have an inhaler now, but I do need to go, like, I need to find a general care, or, like, a primary care physician or whatever it is, and, speak with her and be like, hey, so I've got asthma, and I kind of need an inhaler, but my parents never got me one once I, like, turned, like, 12. Because my dad always was like, I don't talk to him anymore, by the way. My dad always was like, you grew out of inhaler, like, you grew out of your asthma. You don't have no asthma anymore. While I'm sitting there like that. Like, he's like, you're not having an asthma attack. And I'm like, dude, I am. I literally am. I cannot breathe. Anyways, I'll keep an eye socket out for you. I'm gonna kill you, brother. I'm sorry, but it's gotta be what it's gotta be. There's some narration on this cardboard box. Family lore, yeah. You observed the well-crafted sentry station. Who could have built this, you ponder? I bet it was that very famous royal guardsman. No, not yet a very famous royal guardsman. Oh god, we're gonna have to kill another. It's Ice Cat. That was a one shot! I feel bad. Absolutely no moving. Did something move? Was it my imagination? I can only see moving things. Something was moving, for example, a human. I'll make sure it never moves again. Oh! Don't move an inch. I killed him. Damn, that was a lot of gold, though. Someone's been smoking dog treats. Dude, he was easy to kill! Oh, I feel bad. I'm at level 6 still. Hey, here's something important to remember. My brother has a very special attack. If you see a blue attack, don't move and it won't hurt you. I literally just went through that. Here's an easy way to keep it in your mind. Imagine a stop sign. When you see a stop sign, you stop, right? Stop signs are red, so imagine a blue stop sign instead. Simple, right? When fighting, think about blue stop signs. Why is it in yellow? Whee! Whee! North ice. It's all ice. East is Snowden Town and ice. Hell yeah, let's get some more ice. Hello, I am a snowman. I want to see the world, but I cannot move. If you would be so kind, traveler, please. Take a piece of me and bring it very far away. Thank you. Good luck. I got the snowman piece. Did you just consume the part of me I had given you in front of my very eyes? I have no words for you. Be gone! Can I consume more? I shouldn't have given myself away so easily. Like, what would happen if I used it? I could eat him. You're so lazy. You're napping all night. I think that's called sleeping. Excuses, excuses. Oh, the human arrives. In order to stop you, my brother and I have created some puzzles. I think you will find this one quite shocking. For you see, this is the invisible electricity maze. When you touch the walls of this maze, this orb will administer a hearty zap. Sound like fun? Because the amount of fun you will probably have is actually rather small, I think. Okay, you can go ahead now. It's me! Oh my god, it's me! It's me, guys! It's V, guys! Papyrus is V! Oh my gosh! Sans, what did you do? I think the human has to hold the orb. Oh, okay. Hold this, please. Okay, try now. It's me! Oh my gosh, V's giving all of her pop-up all of her pop-ups, bro. Oh my gosh, we're getting so many pop-ups, bro. Oh my gosh, B's like absolutely killing us. Oh my gosh. Incredible, you slippery snail. You solved it so easily. Yeah, we were just walking right into the maze, like, do. Let's just walk into the maze. Into the maze walls. And get V. However, the next puzzle will not be as easy. It is designed by my brother, Sans. You will surely be confounded. I know I am. Hey, thanks. My brother seems like he's having fun. Yeah, I can't skip past through this. I'm sorry. By the way, did you see that weird outfit he's wearing? We made that a few weeks ago for a costume party. He hasn't worn anything else since. Keeps calling it his battle body. Man. Isn't my brother cool? Oh, hey. I don't understand why these aren't selling. It's the perfect weather for something cold. Oh, a customer. Hello, would you like some ice cream? It's the frozen treat that warms your heart. Now, just 15 gold. Well then, tell your friends. There's ice cream out in the middle of the woods. There's ice cream out in the middle of the woods, guys! There's a rock. Oh my gosh, the big boulder. Kick the boulder. I think I have to, like, kick it over here this way or something. Yeah, I have to have, like, I have to play golf with this. No, don't go that way. No! No! Or my snowball! Oh, I actually have to. Oh no. I'm just gonna wait. No, give me my boulder. No. Okay, I give up. I've been thinking about selling treats too. Want some fried snow? It's just 5G, sure. Did I say 5G? I mean 50G. Really? How about 5,000? 5,000, 50,000 G. What? You don't have the money? Hey, that's okay. I don't have any snow. You're right. Now me trying to skip. This is. You're trying to skip this part? Bro. Damn. Oh god, are we gonna have to. Her. Oh gosh. Smell danger rating. Snow smell, snowman. White rating can become yellow rating. Unsuspicious smell, puppy. Blue rating, smell of rotting around. Weird smell, humans. Green rating, destroy all costs. Huh? Watching you struggling? Shush. Shush. How do we get out of here anyways? Looks like a snowball. Actually, it's a snow decahedron. Yeah. Because it's pixels. Human, I hope you're ready for! Sans, where's the puzzle? It's right there. On the ground. Trust me. There's no way they can get past this one. Okay, kids word search. Okay, we got Oh, I see monster. Is monster there? There's monster right here. There's snot. There's cigars. There's spring. Oh my god, there's spring. Oh my god, there's spring. There's robot right here. Okay, skeletons. I'm trying to find skeletons. I need to find this one. Oh, it's right here. It's literally this top row. There's skeletons. It's backwards. There's cig, like a cigar. It's literally in cigars. Where's mermaid? Where's... Oh, monster's literally in there. It's right there. Where's summer? Where's summer? Oh, there it is. Summer. Okay, so they do have diagonal. I think we have to find hot and fall. I don't know. Okay, we found most of them though. Sans, I didn't do anything. Oh, oops. I knew I should have used today's crossword instead. What? Crossword? I can't believe you said that. In my opinion, Junior Jumble is easily the hardest. What? Really, dude? That's easy peasy word scramble. That's for baby bones. Unbelievable! Human, solve this dispute. Which is harder? To be honest, I'm gonna have to go with Papyrus. Haha, yes! Humans must be very intelligent, if they also find Junior Jumble so difficult. Thanks for saying Junior Jumble just to appease my brother. Yesterday he got stumped trying to solve the horoscope. He tried to solve the horoscope. Oh wait, shit. Okay. Oh yay, save. Knowing the mouse might one day find its way to heat up the spaghetti. It fills you with determination. Is this the Junior Jumble? It's a note from Papyrus. Human, please enjoy this spaghetti. Little do you know this spaghetti is a trap, designed to entice you. You'll be so busy eating it that you won't realize that you aren't progressing. Thoroughly. Oh my god, yeah. Papyrus. And it's just frozen. It's literally just frozen. It's so cold, it's stuck to the table. It's an unplugged microwave. All of the settings say spaghetti. Oh gosh. I think this is the one where it's like, yeah, the dogs are we're gonna have to fight the dogs. I feel bad. The first time that I played this, which was basically last time that I played this, we pet him until, like, his head got so, like, it was hilarious. It was so hilarious. Ow. You asshole. I feel bad. Oh, wait. There's particles. There's particles. Oh my gosh. There's particles, we can move them around. But we're gonna have to fight the two of them. Oh no. It's right here. What was right here? Oh, there's a switch hidden in the snow. Click. I was like, do I need to do anything? No, I need to just press. I just need to press. It's particles. It's particles. Ooh, it's particles. Ooh. 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 There should be another room. Yeah, there's another. Not a room, but. Oh, yep, there they are. I feel bad. What's that smell? Where's that smell? If you're a smell, identify your smell. Here's that weird smell. It makes me want to eliminate. Eliminate you. Who should I kill first? I don't know what to do. I forgot their attacks. Oh. Either way, one of them's gonna be distraught. They're both dogs. Let's kick human tails. Do humans have tails? Oh gosh. Oh. Of course we were second. Misery awaits you. Oh. Oh. I'll chop you in half. How do I even avoid this? Oh my god. I can't breathe. Holy shit. Holy shit. God damn. Okay. There's a button right here. There's also that. What? How did you avoid my trap? Don't die so early. And more importantly, is there any left for me? I ate it all. Really? Wowee! No one's ever enjoyed my cooking before. Well then, fret not, human. I, the Master Chef Papyrus, will make you all the pasta you could ever want. Yeah. You know, it would really help if I actually read this. Turn every— oh. Oh. My brother started a sock collection recently. How saddening. Sometimes I wonder what he would do without such a cool guy taking care of him. Yeah. Human. How do I say this? You're taking a long time to arrive, so I decided to improve this puzzle by arranging the snow to look more like my face. Unfortunately, the snow froze to the ground. Now the solution is different, and as usual, my lazy brother is nowhere around. I suppose what I'm saying is, worry not, human. I, the great Papyrus, will survive this conundrum. Will solve this I will survive this conundrum. Oh my gosh. Dude, y'all, I'm literally wheezing. That's concerning. That's really concerning. God damn. Meanwhile, feel free to try the puzzle yourself. I'll try not to give away the answer. Oh my gosh. I mean, you can kind of see it. Wait, hold up. I need to reset that real quick. Fuck. Fuck. I messed that up. Shit. Shit! I already messed that up again. Oh my gosh. Walked out of there. Whoopsies. Hold up. There we go. There we go! Wow, you solved it! And you did it all without my help. Incredible, I'm impressed. You must care about puzzles like I do. Well, I'm sure you'll love the next puzzle then. It might even be too easy for you. Yeah. Hey, why didn't you ask for help? You were supposed to ask for help? I was right here. No, you weren't. Hey, it's the human. You're gonna love this puzzle. It was made by the great Dr. Alphys. You see these tiles? Once I throw this switch, they will begin to change color. Each color has a different function. Red tiles are impassable, you cannot walk on them. Yellow tiles are electric, they will electrocute you. Green tiles were alarm tiles, if you step on them, you'll have to fight a monster. Orange tiles are orange scented, they will make you smell delicious. Blue tiles are water tiles. Water tiles, swim through them if you like, but if you smell like oranges, the piranhas will bite you. Also, if a blue tile is next to a yellow tile, the water will also zap you. Purple tiles are slippery. You will slide to the next tile. However, the slippery soap smells like lemons. Which piranhas do not like? Purple and blue are okay. Finally. Pink tiles. They don't do anything. Step on them all you like. How is that? Understand? Yeah, I understand. Great! Then there's one last thing. This puzzle is entirely random. When I pull it... Oh my gosh. It will make a puzzle that has never been seen before. Not even I will know the solution. Yeah, get ready. It's Mettaton! It's Mettaton! I just noticed that. I forgot. The machine isn't working. Actually, that spaghetti from earlier, it wasn't too bad for my brother. Since he started cooking lessons, he's been improving a lot. I bet if he keeps it up, next year he'll even make something else. Or edible. Oh gosh. Oh no, the next one that we need to fight. Werewolf dog, please pet. I think I already killed him! Oh. Oh no, I think I already killed him. This simple fact fills you with determination. We're at level 7, oh my gosh. Whee! Okay. Oh, fuck. Thank you, GoVibot. Oh. Oh. It's a lump of snow with the word Sans written on it in red marker. Snow papyrus. Hell yeah. Okay. I think I gotta do this and just kind of like spiral in. Yeah. I like eating plastic turns into a sea animal. Oh gosh. Wee. Oh my gosh, I think I triggered my asthma, bro. I was talking about it and then suddenly it's like, I can't fucking breathe. Oh my gosh, that's not good. It's not good at all. That's very concerning. Oh wait, my mic's not here anymore. I can put my drink there now. Let's go down here, see what's down here. Oh, it's Sans. Let's go over here, let's see what's over here. It's a snow puff. And this, is a snow puff. This, however, is a snow puff. Surprisingly, it's a snow puff. Snow puff? Is it really a snow puff? Behold a snow puff. Eh? There's 30 gold inside this. What is this? It's also a snow puff. You're a monster. Oh! It's the greater dog. Oh, I'm gonna have to kill him. Ah! Stop barking at me, you asshole. We killed him. I like how Sans is just like, he's still just like, this kid totally isn't killing everybody. Oh, he's gone. Sans is gone. There's things watching me. Oh. Got to go to take a shower. You'll be back in a minute or more. Don't put any more on me. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay. Leave me alone. Oh, I fucked that one up. Ho ho ho, go ahead. Damn. How much gold do I have? 299. Dang. We're at level 7, please. I love the music in here. Aww. It's a door. Can I go through the door? I can't go through the door. I guess I go back? I think I might have messed that up. Oh, you fucker. Whee! Was that a dog? Oh wait, I think I have to go past Greater Dog. Oh, Greater Dog's dead. He's back. Oh gosh. Human, this is your final and most dangerous challenge. Behold the Gauntlet of Deadly Terror. When I say the word, it will fully activate. Cannons will fire, spikes will swing, blades will slice. Each part will swing violently up and down. Only the tiniest chance of victory will remain. Are you ready? Because I am about to do it. Well, what's the holdup? Hold up, what holdup? I'm about to activate it now. That, doesn't look very activated. Well, this challenge seems maybe too easy to defeat the human with. Yeah, we can't use this one. I am a skeleton with standards. My puzzles are very fair. And my traps are expertly cooked. This method is too direct, no class at all. Oh, away it goes. Phew. What are you looking at? This was another decisive victory for Papyrus. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what my brother's going to do now. If I were you, I would make sure I understand blue attacks. Okay, there are still some people in there. Ugh. Okay. Huh? Sell something. Does this look like a pawn shop? But, oh. If I started spending money on old branches and used bandages. Bye-bye now. Come again sometime. Oh, I don't think you'd want me to do that. Okay, our items, we need to equip the tough glove. Oh, I could've... Okay. I think that means... Yeah. Tough glove, and manly bandana. We're chat. Welcome to the Snowed Inn. Snowdin's premier hotel. One night is 80 gold. Well, feel free to come back anytime. Oh yeah, that's how you get, like... Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. All the way across. Oh my gosh, it's Monster Kid. Yo, you're a kid too, right? I can tell because you're wearing a striped shirt. Sans isn't in here? Oh, like all of the Royal Guard are gone. He knows our sins. But he doesn't touch the stuff. I don't touch the stuff. I feel so bad. It feels unsafe here today. Oh, he knows too. Oh gosh. I'm gonna adjust my seating position. Oh my gosh. It's all, like, all of this, I love the sound designs. It's the library. I forgot about that. Dude. Oh. Oh. You don't got nothing in there. Oh gosh, I think this is... I think we have to do it. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Human. Allow me to tell you about some complex feelings. Feelings like the joy of finding another pasta lover, the admiration for another's puzzle-solving skills, the desire to have a cool, smart person think you're cool. These feelings, they must be what you are feeling right now. I can hardly imagine what it must be like to feel that way. After all, I am very great. I don't ever wonder what having lots of friends is like. I pity you, lonely human. Worry not, you shall be lonely no longer. I, the great Papyrus, will be your... No. No, this is all wrong. I can't be your friend. You're a human. I must capture you. Then I can fulfill my lifelong dream. Powerful, popular, prestigious. That's Papyrus, the newest member. I literally, like, I'm struggling to breathe right now. Like, I'm, like, sitting here, like wheezing every time I breathe. That's concerning. That's very concerning. Of the Royal Guard. Oh no. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Wait, Z? Z? What? Oh gosh, I have to press another button just to attack him. I feel bad. Oh gosh. Oh, motherfucker. You're blue now. That's my attack. You don't even... No. Oh no. Oh gosh. This is... Hold up. I need to... try holding the up button to jump. He's giving me tips when I'm trying to kill him. Oh no! How high can you jump? Oh no. Hold up longer than to jump higher, jeez. Shush. I feel bad. He's got so much HP! Please don't make me use my special attack. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. I feel so bad! I fucked up. Oh, I can just do Z. Oh no! Oh. Ah! Oh, I feel so bad. Shit. I'm confused. I need to use an item. Oh hey, I did it. Dude. I'll have lots of admirers, but what? But what, Papyrus? Please, let me just stop making this harder. Please, don't make this harder for me. Ah. God, they're moving now. You have to punch him, really. What the heck? That's my special attack. Hey, you stupid dog. Do you hear me? Stop munching on that bone. Hey, what are you doing? Come back here with my special attack. Oh well. I'll just use a really cool regular attack. Here's an absolutely normal attack. Ow. Oh god, oh my god, oh my gosh. Oh, dude. What do I even do? What do I hear? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Well, it's clear you can't defeat me. Yeah, I can see you shaking in your boots. Oh, you came back at the worst time! Therefore I, the great Papyrus, elect to grant you pity. I will spare you, human. Now's your chance to accept my mercy. Alas, poor Papyrus. You came back at the worst. Well, at least I still have my head. He was the only other boss battle I did just now. Oh, God. It's silent. And then there's the music again. It's locked. Yeah. Just now I felt my smile falter for a moment. What's wrong? They know. They all know. It just feels like everything's getting worse and worse. Hey, isn't Sansy supposed to come in swinging about now? Come on, Sansy, you're the life of the party! This is around the time Sans comes in. Then, a little bit later, his brother comes in, irritated. Yes, his brother, Papyrus. He's an interesting fellow. He always orders a glass of milk. He says it's full of strong bones. The jukebox is broken. The capital's getting pretty crowded, so I've heard they're going to start moving here. Who knows, maybe we'll have room. He knows. He knows. He fucking knows. Grillby said that he's off. Oh wait, he doesn't. Grillby is getting nervous. Sans is his best customer, and he has like a tab. He hasn't showed up at all today. Where the heck is Sans? Everybody's asking where Sans is. He told me he had some bait I could use. That it was probably some kind of prank. But I wanted to know what the prank was. Usually that skeleton goes to meet with Undyne by about now. Where is he? I can feel our political system crumbling apart. Oh my gosh. That's strange. There was a present here for Papyrus. Now it's gone. Did someone steal it? Oh, it's so peaceful and quiet. Usually one of those skeletons chases my little cinnamon around. That lady over there seems happy today. Don't know why, but it's sending shivers down my spine. The sight of such a friendly town. Yeah, we just fucking killed Papyrus, dude. We just fucking killed Papyrus. Okay, that was we just talked to everybody. Just the happy music. And then we gotta go back. Oh, wait, are we at the... Oh. Oh, wait. Yo, are you sneaking out to see her too? Awesome, she's the coolest, right? I want to be just like her when I grow up. Hey, don't tell my parents I'm here, haha. This is an echo flower. It repeats the last thing it heard over and over. This is an echo flower. It repeats the last thing it heard over and over. Sound of rushing water fills you with determination. Usually Sans is right here too. Oh gosh. This is a box. Oh yeah, it's the box. I already know. Sincerely a box hater. Oh, I'm scared now. I'm very scared. god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh no, 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 oh no. Yo, did you see the way she was staring at you? That was awesome! I'm so jealous. She was just standing there waiting forever, and then you just... Come on, let's go watch her beat up some bad guys. Oh! A feeling of dread hangs over you, but you stay determined. When 4 bridge seeds align in the water, they will sprout. Oh yeah, I have to... Oh my gosh, though. We're gonna have to deal with Undyne. We're gonna have to deal with Undyne, guys. I know, the little squeak. There's a hole in there. I think that's just a normal crack. Oh my god, it's Aaron! I have to, like, press Z as well. Education. Hobby. Talent. I can't use them there. There's a bell over there. Oh. Okay. Oh. I was like, huh. Okay. I was trying to see if it would, like, let me, just do 2 right there. No, it didn't. Wait, what? Wait. I don't see a part of this puzzle that has 4 slots. Unless if it's on the bridge, like right here, maybe? Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, my keyboard died. Oh, that's awesome. Ah, yes, we just stop and stare at the camera. Because Obsidian's keyboard just died. There we go. Thank you, Pokebot! We killed Papyrus. We killed Papyrus. A long time ago, monsters would whisper their wishes to the stars in the sky. If you hoped with all your heart, your wish would come true. Now, all we have are these sparkling stones on the ceiling. I think we read through all these in my first playthrough anyways, so... yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Oopsies. I killed him immediately, oh my gosh. Look through the telescope? Yeah. Check wall. Oh, it's this wall. I was like, check wall. What's this over here? We're going. I think it is. Oh god, it is. Chat, I think I might do the Undyne fight, or try to beat Undyne and then I can go. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Go, 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 go. Oh gosh. Ah! Oh, no, 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 no. You can see like a pixel. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh, oh, there's my light. Of course. I had it plugged in, oh my gosh. My light's dead. My light is dead. We're gonna go? Wait, let's go this way. Oh, never mind. Yo, did you see that? Undyne just touched me! I don't have the plug because it's plugging in my keyboard right now. Damn it. So we're just gonna go back to the olden ways and use our phone as a flashlight. So that you guys can at least see a little bit better, you know. Okay. I'm never washing my face ever again. Man, are you unlucky? You were standing just a little bit to the left. Yo, don't worry. I'm sure we'll see her again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure. This cheese has been here so long. A magical crystal has grown around it. It's stuck to the table. God damn. The mouse just never gets his cheese, bro. Squeak. Oh, the Mako flower is doing the Oh. It's an odd-looking telescope. Well, I want to look through the odd-looking telescope. Damn. Oh, it's an ice cream. Onion. What's a star? Can you touch it? Oh, I know this one. Can you eat it? Can you kill it? Are you a star? Hell yeah, I'm a star. I think this is the right way, maybe. I think this is just the long way. Oh, I can just do sexy wiggle. I can just press enter instead of having to do Z. Z and enter just do the same thing. I'm gonna try doing just Z. Yeah, I think I just went the long way. I feel like I'm gonna get touched. Hey there, noticed you were here. I'm Onion-san. Onion-san, you here? We're just gonna... You're visiting Waterfall, huh? It's great here, huh? You'll love it, huh? Yeah, me too. It's my big favorite. Even though the water's getting so shallow here, I have to sit down all the time, but hey, that's okay. It beats moving to the city and living in a crowded aquarium, like all my friends did. And the aquarium's full anyways, so even if I wanted to, That's okay, though. You hear? Undyne's gonna fix everything, you hear? I'm gonna get out of here and live in the ocean, you hear? Hey there. That's the end of this room. I'll see you around. Have a good time. In Waterfall. I'm scared. Shyren! Oh my god, I love Shyren. I love Shyren so much. I love her. I hate doing this. Where you? Why does your body look like that? Where your head at? I can't hear the piano noises. Oh, whoops. Anyways. The statue, the structures on its feet. Oh. I'll do this one kind thing. Here you go. There you go. We did this my first run, and I was like, oh. It's so peaceful. I love this game. I love this game so much. I'm scared. Yo, you can't hold an umbrella either? If you're walking anyways, I guess I'll go with you. Haha. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Undyne's gonna show up in the shadow, isn't she? Man, Undyne is so cool. She beats up bad guys and never loses. If I was a human, I would wet the bed every night, knowing she was gonna beat me up. Mm-hmm. So, one time, we had a school project where we had to take care of a flower. The king, we had to call him, Mr. Dreamer, volunteered to donate his own flowers. He ended up coming to school and teaching the class about responsibility and stuff. That got me thinking, yo, how cool would it be if Undyne came to school? She could beat up all the teachers. Oh. Maybe she wouldn't beat up the teachers. She's too cool to ever hurt an innocent person. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. Whoa, where is he going? It's so pretty. I love this. Yo, this ledge is way too steep. Yo, you want to see Undyne, right? Put up your umbrella and climb on my shoulders. Yo, you aren't gonna be able to climb with an umbrella. Okay, fine. I had an umbrella for like 2 seconds. Yo, you go on ahead. Don't worry about me. I always find a way to get through. Oh! He keeps on tripping. It's so adorable. Oh gosh, a save point. The serene sound of a distant music box. It fills you with determination. Dude, we're at level 9. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Ah! This is like an entire fucking maze. Ah. Oh gosh. Ah! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh fuck. Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Fuck. I think we just follow this. Oh, fuck. Dude, she's getting more pissed. Dude, she's getting so much more pissed. Oh, we're in an open area. We are in an open area. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Oh, we've been... Oh gosh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My eyes? Ow. It sounds like it came from over here. I don't think I've gotten this before. Oh, you've fallen down, haven't you? Are you okay? Here, get up. Chat! Chat, huh? That's a nice name. My name is... You're white. Oh my gosh, we fell again. Oh, we're about to do the dummy fight. Oh, there's a few. I was like, is there a save anywhere? Oh my gosh. Occasionally, a piece of trash will flow through and fall into the bottomless abyss below. Viewing this endless cycle of worthless garbage, it fills you with determination. Okay. You rest your hand on the rusted bike. Its horn wheezes a honk of despair. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. A beat-up desktop computer. Hell yeah. Oh, there he is. There's the dummy. Seems like a regular training dummy. Do you want to beat it up? Yeah. You punch the dummy at full force. Feels good. He's angry! He's pissed! He's pissed off! Fool! You think you can hurt me? I am a ghost that lives inside of a dummy. My cousin used to live inside a dummy too until... you destroyed their home. Us ghosts spend our whole lives looking for a proper vessel. Slowly, we grow closer to our new bodies. Until one day, we too may become corporal beings. Beings able to laugh, love, and dance like any other. But you, my cousin's future, you took it all away. Despicable, despicable, despicable! Human, I hope you're not too attached to your body. Because your soul's about to get evicted. He is pissed. Foolish, foolish, foolish! Even if you attack my vessel, you'll never hurt me! I'm still incorporeal, you dummy! Wait, is dummy a compliment? Oh shit. Yee! Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Oh god, oh gosh. Damn! Oh, they're attacking him. Hey, you! Forget I said anything about magic. Futile, futile, futile! I'll defeat you. I did not read it. Oh my gosh, I cannot dodge for shit. I'll use your soul to cross the barrier. I'll stand in the window of a fancy store. Owie. Then everything I want will be mine. Dude, he's like pissed off. I love this music so much. Whatever! Alright, futile, futile, futile. I got him once. Okay, okay. What do you mean Z? What do you mean Z? What do you mean by that? I'm in a boss battle right now. Hey guys! Dummies, dummies, dummies! Remember how I said not to shoot at me? Well, failures, you're fired! You're all being replaced! Oh, they look so, oh my god. Now you'll see my true power relying on people that aren't garbage. Mechanical whirs fill the room. Okay. Dummy bots, try again. Oh, ooh, damn. Oh, I got hit by all of those shits. Dummy bots, you're awful? Ow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I still have the butterscotch pie. Final attack. Oh. Oh! Damn it. No way! These guys are even worse than the other guys. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't need friends. Oh, he's got a knife. I've got knives. I'm out of knives. He only had a knife. But it doesn't matter. You can't hurt me and I can't hurt you. You'll be stuck fighting me forever. What the heck is this? Ugh, acid rain? Oh, forget it. I'm out of here. There he goes. Oh, snaps, Bluke. Sorry I interrupted you, didn't I? As soon as I came over, your friend immediately left. Oh no, you guys looked like you were having fun. Oh wait, didn't you attack me before? That's awkward. Sorry. Have a nice day. Oh! Well, I'm going to head home now. Just warning you. So you don't accidentally follow me to my house. You probably wouldn't like that. Oh, hey, you followed me. My house is up here, so you probably don't want to come this way. Hope that helps. You feel a calming tranquility. You're filled with determination. Oh, hey. You followed me into my house. Make yourself at home? Just immediately looks at the fucking fridge. Oh, are you hungry? I can get you something to eat. This is a ghost sandwich. Do you want to try it? Yeah, I want to try it. You attempt to bite into the ghost sandwich. You phase right through it. Oh. Never mind. After a great meal, I like to lie on the ground and feel like garbage. It's a family tradition. Do you want to join me? Sure. Okay, follow my lead. I like how, like, he probably saw us kill everybody so far, Here we go. You'll lie down as long as you don't move. So, only move around when you want to get up, I guess. Ooh. Hell yeah. Ooh. Hell yeah. Don't ZZZZ me. Don't fall asleep. Look at this cool, awesome graphic. Look at this. Don't you see it's cool? Don't you see it's cool? It's awesome. We're doing stuff. Well, that was nice. Thank you. We're playing the game Undertale. This is where you go snail racing. It is. It's a snail. For some reason, you can't help but wonder what it tastes. No! No, I don't! Snail, snail, a long journey extends in front of you. Snail, snail, reach far and stretch beyond the horizons. So, snail symbol. I've been long overdue for a second house. The snail is counting dollar bills. Oh my gosh. We gotta go snail racing, dude. We gotta. Do you want to play a game? It's called Thunder Snail. The snails will race, and if the yellow snail wins, you win. Yeah, let's play. Okay. Press Z repeatedly to encourage your snail. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go! Go, go, go! You got it! You got this! 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 Come on! Come on! Come on! You got this! 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 No! Don't go in your shell! Get out of your shell! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! You got this! No! You got it! You gotta go! You gotta go! Come on! Come on, please! Now! Oh. Oh. Looks like you... Where'd my game go? Oh. Looks like you encouraged your snail too much. All that pressure to succeed really got to her. Oh. Well then, I want to play again. I want to win. 2, 1. Why is she upside down? Why is she upside down? Excuse me, why are you upside down? That's not fair. That's not fair. Oh, looks like you encouraged your snail too much. All that pressure just... I know. Fine. Fine, I guess I won't. Ugh. Okay. I will save. You feel a calming tranquility. You're filled with determination. We're at level 9. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Oh, you're invincible longer with these. Bye-bye. So snails are... No! Don't eat the snails! I just read that. Don't you be eating snails there. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You mustn't eat snails, dude. That's mean. That's a cruel and unusual punishment. Oh, come on. Oh, I got it. Oh god, this is my favorite character, by the way. I just realized I'm gonna have to kill Temmie. I'm gonna have to kill Temmie. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I killed him! I killed them immediately! Oh no! No! Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot, but no! I killed Temmie! Immediately, one hit! Temmie didn't even get to say any last words! Oh no! I'm sad now. It's like special enemy Temmie is here to do. Oh god, I can't see. Oh. Oops. Oh! Sorry about that. um... I can't see a thing. Oh. Oh, you have to click on the lamps. Sans, deaths, goats, death, don't forget. Oh, there's grass. Behind you! Oh gosh. Behind you! Oh gosh. 7. You wanna know what's before 7? You wanna know what's before 7? 6. 6, 7. Oh my gosh. Oh no. 7 human souls. With the power of 7 human souls, our king, King Asgore Dreamer, will become a god. With that power, Asgore can finally shatter the barrier. He will finally take the— that's not even like— that shouldn't even be the voice of Undyne. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? He will finally— now we're gonna do like a— he will finally— he will finally— he will finally take the surface back from humanity and give them back to the suffering, and give them back the suffering and pain that we have endured. Understand, human? Twerks? Why are you twerking? This is your only chance at redemption. Give up your soul, or I'll tear it from your body. Ah! Get away. Ah! Undyne, I'll help you fight! Oh no. Yo! You did it! Undyne is right in front of you! You've got front row seats to her fight! Wait. Who's she fighting? Hey! You aren't gonna tell my parents about this, are you? Oh my gosh. Slay! Oh, hey, there's a path up here. Whee! Okay, there's a, that's not a bridge. Yo. Yo. Yo, bro. Yo, I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I want to ask you something. Man, I've never had to ask anyone this before. Um, yo, you're human, right? Haha. Man, I knew it. Well, I know it now. I mean, Undyne told me, stay away from that human. So, like, I guess that makes us enemies or something. But I kind of stink at that. Haha. Yo, say something mean so I can hate you. Please. Yeah. Huh? Yo, that's your idea of something mean? My sister says that to me all the time. Guess I have to do it. Haha. Yo, I hate your guts. Man, I'm such a turd. I'm gonna go home now. He's gonna trip. Oh shit! Yo, wait, help. I tripped. Oh shit. Yo, dude. If if you want to hurt my friend, you're gonna have to get through me first. It's like fucking going. She's gone. Yo, you really saved my skin. Guess being enemies was just a nice thought. Haha. We'll just have to be friends instead. Oh no. Man, I should really go home. I bet my parents are worried sick about me. Later, dude. We're just gonna go this way. We're just gonna sneak off this way. Don't mind us. Oh shit! Oh no, we're there! We're there! Six, seven. Seven. Seven human souls, and King Asgore will become a god. Six. Six, seven. Six. That's how many we have collected thus far. Understand? Through your seventh and final soul, this world will be transformed. First, however, as is customary for those who make it this far, I shall tell you the tragic tale of our people. It all started long ago. Forget it. Look, Papyrus didn't come to his meeting today. Say what you want about him. He's weird, he's naive, he's self-absorbed. But Papyrus has never missed a meeting. And no matter what time you call him on the phone, night, day, afternoon, morning, he always answers within the first two rings. But now he's gone. And his brother isn't around either. What did you do to him? What did you do to him? Papyrus, who I have trained every day, even though I know he's too goofy to ever hurt anyone. Go ahead, prepare however you want. But when you step forward, I will kill you. We're just gonna go ahead and quickly just save. The wind is howling. You're filled with determination. We need to get more levels real quick, because we're only at level 9. I wonder if there's any, like, way to get levels here. I hope so. I don't know if there are, though. I didn't start it yet. It scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Well, I guess that's it then. No more running away. Here I come. Oh gosh. I have to do like the crazy. On God. long as you're green, you can't escape. Unless you learn to face danger head on, you two won't last a second against me. Oh, not bad. Then how about this? Undyne thinks of her friends and pounds the ground with her fists. For years, we've dreamed of a happy ending. This is... And now sunlight is just within our reach. Undyne flashes a menacing smile. 69! Nice! I won't let you snatch it away from us. Smells like sushi. Guys, it smells like sushi. I'm scared for whenever she gets to halfway, because I'm pretty sure that's, yeah. Or this now? Duh, enough warming up. Fuck. Oh, shit, that was a... Oh, God. You're tough. Yeah, I know. Shit. Shoot. Okay. They're different attacks now, and now I'm like, oh shit. But even if you could beat me. Ooh. Okay. Fuck. Whoopsies. No human has ever made it past Asgore. Shoot. Undyne holds her fist in front of her and shakes her head. Like that? Like that? 69. Honestly, killing you now is an act of mercy. Oh god, oh god, oh. Screw it. You know what? Screw it, we're just gonna do the crazy. Oh my god. Okay, she's at halfway, so stop being so damn resilient. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, we need to use our item. We're gonna use this. Okay. What the hell are humans made out of? She's at halfway. Anyone else would be dead by now. Oh, I just like moved right in front of it. Water rushes around you. She's halfway. I was told the humans were determined. The spears pause for a moment. This is scary. I see now what she meant by that. Screw it, we're just... Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. But I'm determined too. Oh, this is a lot. This is a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I am determined to end this right now. I'm just, oh gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm scared. This is literally like, we're almost there right now. Ugh, die already, you little brat. I fucking died. That was my first death, though. That was my first death. Honestly, for a first death, pretty good. That was pretty good. You cannot give up just yet. Chat, stay determined. Oh my god. Chat, you guys gotta stay determined, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think we need a higher level, honestly. So I'm gonna try to find a place where, like, we can just grind out some levels. Never thought I'd be able to, like, not be able to, but never thought I'd say that, though. I think over here we're able to. Maybe. I don't know. I think we just have to, like... Oh, oh. Oh, darn spot. Okay, no need for a swimming. Education, hobby, talent. Okay. Are we leveled up yet? We're still at level 9. Maybe we could just, like, go, like, just around the maze then. So, like, try to find, like, a path where we can just kind of circle around or something. Maybe. I got no clue. Because we do need to get more levels. Like, we really do need to get more levels. What if we just, like, circle like this? Whee! Anybody come to fight? Anybody come to fight? We're just gonna go, or we're gonna make our way back, I guess. Oh, that's creepy. That's a creepy way of doing that. Okay. Can't we find the Tem village over here? Oh, there's one. Ow. Okay, there we go. Boom. Ugh. Okay. How much XP do we need until, like, the next? We need 85. Damn. Okay. Oh! We can! You feel something. You're filled with determination. Is Temmie at her shop though? Boy! Hi, I'm Bob. Ahoy! I'm Tammy! Don't forget about my favorite. Bye, friend! Okay. I now have an idea. Wait, what is the... Wait. Isn't that our weapon that we have right now? Oh, wait, I keep it. We already have the... Oh, I've got 33 kills. Oh, gosh. Okay. Who do we have on our cell phone? It's just Oriel. But nobody came. Yeah. Okay. And then we start the grind. I think it's the Tammy Flakes. You ate the Tammy Flakes, your HP was... Oh. We didn't get the dog stuff. Oh my god, I just realized that was what we... That was our moneymaker. Boy! Oh. Exit. Okay. Okay, so the Tammy shop is still there in the genocide run, I guess. We just need to get more kills. So we're gonna work on going back a little bit. Well, actually, no, let's just go back. Let's go back to the whatchamacallit. Because I think after Tammy goes to college, you can buy the Tem armor, which I think is statistically the best armor in the game, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, come on. I think it is this way. I think I'm going the right way, surprisingly. I'm surprisingly going the right way. Nope, I am not going the right way. I'm going the complete wrong way. Oh wait, no, I am going the right way. Is there even a way to, like... Can we even fight monsters over in this area? I don't think we can. Meaning we kind of do have to fight Undyne next. Let's just save so that we don't lose any of our progress. That's it then. No more running away. Oh gosh. Okay. On God. As long as you're green, you can't escape. I know. Okay. I gotta lock in, dude. Because this earliest part is very easy, but at the same time, like, it's like, ooh. Six, seven. Okay. 6, 7. $69. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Fuck. Immediately I just like fumble. I fumble so hard, dude. Damn. Woo. No human has ever made it past Asgore. Fuck. Honestly, killing you now is an act of mercy. I'm gonna use the butt spy. So stop being so damn resilient. Fuck. It's always the spear that whenever she lets us move on our own. Ow. Woo! 69. Six, 7. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, please. This isn't even her hard part. This isn't even her hard part. Damn. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It cannot end now. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think what I need to do is just take a tiny little break. Like a tiny break. Like, probably like a bathroom break. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, I need to like do this and this and this. I need to lock the fuck in. I need to lock in. Okay. Chat, stay determined. Yeah, chat. Okay. So what we're gonna do... Where's the save? Where's the save? Anyways, what we're gonna do real quick is do like this. And we'll be right back. Like, we'll be right back. Okay. Gotta get my headphone in real quick. Thank you, Ko-Fi bot. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on, let me... Oh, my... Knees on. Hold up. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. That's it then. No more running away. Here I come. We need more healing items, honestly. Yep, I know I can't escape. Okay. 64. Ow. We already fumbled. Soleil, we already fumbled. Guys, we fumbled. Come on. Now Soleil is just within the reach. Come on. Come on. I won't let you snatch it away from us. I think this might be where, like, she, nope. I think it's the one after this where she, like, does the, whatchamacallit. Yeah. We did it. We actually dodged that for once. Ooh, ooh, oh my gosh. Oh, we fumbled that part. Oh, just immediately. Come on. No human has ever made it. Oh, fuck. $69. So stop being so damn resilient. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do one more. Please be this one. Please be a good one. Okay. And then we can use the item. Come on. Fuck. What hook? Come on, Undyne, please. Woo! This is the farthest we've gotten. Come on. Owie. You were stronger than I thought. So then, this is where it ends. No. No. Elvis has Gora Papyrus. We're at the second phase at least. I will defeat you. Come on, is that all you've got? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh fuck, holy shit! Pathetic. Oh my gosh. Dude, is she- wait, does it looks like she's just fucking healing up, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit, this is the farthest we've gotten. Dude, she's getting fucking tired. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I won't give up. I will not falter. That is sad. That is so sad. That is so sad. Oh. We killed her. Huh. Huh. Elvis. This is what I was afraid of. This is why I never told you. No. No. Not yet. I won't die. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, she's melting. I won't die. I won't. Oh. How much experience did we gain from that? We're at level 10. Where's the fucking save file? Like, the save point? Damn, though. Welcome, T. Welcome, T. Sans is gone. I think we have to be in front of it. Oh wait, no, not it's not E, it's Z. The water cooler. Take a cup of water? Yeah. The water evaporated from the heat. The cup evaporated too. Okay, we need this save point. You're filled with determination. Okay. Tra-la-la, I'm the river man. Or am I the river woman? It doesn't really matter. I love to ride in my boat. Would you care to join me? No, because I want to do hot. I want to visit Hotlands a little bit. It's so empty, though. It is literally so empty. It's you? It's too dark to see near the walls. Did we not do the right genocide ending? Oh my god, I didn't expect you to show up so soon. I haven't showered, I'm barely dressed, it's already messy, and... Hiya. I'm Dr. Alphys. I'm Asgore's real scientist, but I'm not one of the bad guys. Actually, since you stepped out of the ruins, I've, been observing your journey through my console. Your fights, your friendships, everything. I was originally gonna stop you, but watching someone on a screen really makes you root for them. Dude, I killed Undyne. So now I want to help you. Dude, I killed Undyne. What? I thought she wasn't supposed to show up in Genocide. Tiny issue. A long time ago, I made a robot named Mettaton. Originally, I built him to be an entertainment robot. You know, like robotic TV star or something. Anyways, recently I decided to make... Yeah, I don't know if Alphys is supposed to even show up during this. I've killed everybody on my way. To remove those features, unfortunately, I may have made a taste and now he's an unstoppable killing machine with a thirst for human blood. But hopefully we won't run into him. He's gonna immediately crash the wall. Did you hear something? I think actually it's after the I think it's actually after we kill Mettaton. I think that's whenever Alphys goes into hiding. Maybe? Oh, welcome, beauties, to today's quiz show. Oh boy, I can already tell it's gonna be a great show. Everyone give a hand for our wonderful contestant. Never played before, gorgeous? No problem, it's simple. There's only one rule. Answer correctly, or you die. Let's start with an easy one. What's the prize for answering question correctly? V! It's V! I can't even fight. Here's your terrific prize. What's the king's full name? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Enough about you. Let's talk about me. What are robots made of? Not her doing, like, actual, like, answers. Like, she did the B. Let's answer another easy one for you. 2 trains. I can't even, like, fight her. It all misses. Don't count on your victory. How many flies are in this jar? Like 54. Wait, wrong thing. That's a Frogget. Great answer. I love it. Here's a simple one. How many letters are in the name Mettaton? Of course that was easy for you. Why is it just going up? Time to break out the big guns. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know, this is Snail Ice Cream on the 4th chapter. Everyone goes to the beach and she wants ice cream for her fans. Oh my god, I can't read that fast. About friendship and... Alphys. You aren't helping our contestant, are you? Oh, you should have told me. I'll ask a question. You'll be sure to know the answer. Who's... The Alphys, I told you it was obvious. And the human figured it out. Undyne's fucking dead. Undyne's fucking dead. I don't think I did the right, I don't think I did the right genocide run, though. Unless if we have to do, like, 2 genocide runs. Till next time, darlings. Do, 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 do. Well, that was certainly something. Wait. Let me give you my phone number. Then maybe if you need help, I could. What? Where'd you get that phone? It's ancient. It doesn't even have texting. Wait a second, please. You can do texting items, got a keychain, I even signed you up for the Underground's #1 social network. Now we're officially friends. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh wait, I think I need to like go this way or something. It's a beat up figure. Hi. I'm playing Undertale. I'm trying to do the genocide route. I don't think I did it right though, because isn't Alpha supposed to be like not here? What is she doing? Fuck. Dude, I killed like everybody that I went across. I literally killed everybody that I went across. Or came across. Like, I legitimately killed everybody. Yeah. Like, I killed everybody. Y'all move. Like, I literally killed every single, like, character. Oh. I don't think I got past... I don't think I got to level 4 in the ruins. I don't think I got to level 4 in the ruins. I think I was a little bit, like... I think that was a little after. She's not in there anymore. Just realized I didn't watch Undyne fight the human. Well, I know she's unbeatable. I'll ask. Oh, no. We already killed her. But now I gotta call up the human and guide them. No, you don't. Keep, determination. Oh. Oh. That means we fucked up then. I guess this is the neutral route then. I'm gonna call them in a minute. Oh, we didn't do the true genocide. I didn't know that. I killed everybody that I saw. No wonder why I saw Napster Luke. I hate using the phone. I don't want to do this. That's literally how I am. Well, next time I know to, kill everybody, which means I'm probably gonna cry again. Damn. Wait, there's a pan. There's a pan. I would love the pan. I would love to have that pan. There's a frying pan. Yes, I will. I will take that. Hell yeah. What's her stats? Toriel, we killed Toriel, dude. Oh my gosh, I just stepped right back on that. Oh my god, I just stepped right back on that again. I guess we're just finishing it again then. OMG, I've had my claw over the last digit for 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. OMG, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna call. There she goes. Click. Whoever was calling hung up before you answered it. Hi, so the blue lasers, I mean, Alpha's here, hi. The blue lasers won't hurt you if you don't move. Orange ones, you have to be moving. And they won't, move through those ones. Bye. OMG, I did it! Claws haven't shook like that since Undyne called me to ask about the weather. Wait, there's no weather down here. Why did she call me? She's dead. Oh my god, what am I doing? Dude, I didn't even move. The switch. Press the switch. I can't believe I did the wrong one. It's already been 3 hours. Oh my god, I forgot to tell them where to go. Cute pic of me right now. It's a photo of a garbage can with several pink glittery flips. Oh my gosh. Alpha's here. The northern door will stay locked until you solve the puzzles on the right and the left. I think you should go to the right first. Woo. Wonder if it would be unfun if I explained the puzzles. Oh wait, do I have to do this in like one? Alpha's here. That blue laser seems totally impassable, but as the real scientist, I have some tricks up my sleeve. I'll hack into the Hotland laser data and take it out. Thank you. Okay. Trying to figure out how do you do that with like one, but there's not really a. Oh, whoopsies. I need to stop pushing like all the random buttons I have. Whatever, I'll just explain it. I think, hey, about the puzzles on the left and right, they're a bit difficult to explain, but, you already solved them? Awesome! Hey, it's kinda dark in there, isn't it? Don't worry. I'll hack into the light system and brighten it up. Oh no. Oh yes. Welcome, beauties, to the Underground's premiere cooking show. Cooking with a killer robot. Preheat your ovens because we've got a very special recipe for you today. We're going to be making a cake. My lovely assistant here will gather the ingredients. Everyone, give them a big hand. We'll need sugar, milk, and eggs. Go for it, sweetheart. Milk, eggs, in the fridge? No way, darling. They'd get cold. Perfect. Great job, beautiful. We've got all the ingredients we need to bake the cake. Milk, sugar, eggs. Oh my, wait a magnificent moment. How can I forget? We're missing the most important ingredient. A human soul. It's V. Oh my gosh, it's V. Ring. Hello, I'm kind of in the middle of something here. Wait a second. Couldn't you make a substitution in the recipe? A substitution? You mean use a different non-human ingredient? Why? What if someone's vegan? Vegan. Well, I mean, that's a brilliant idea, Alphys. Actually, I happen to have an option right here. MTT brand, always convenient human salt flavor substitute. A can of which it's just over there on that counter. Well, darling, why don't you go get it? What's the matter? Not a can fan? MTT brand uses the freshest artificial ingredients and chemicals. It's gonna, yeah. Whee! By the way, our show runs a strict schedule. If you can't get the can in the next 1 minute, we'll just have to go back to the original plan. So better start climbing, beautiful. Oh no, there's not enough time to climb up. Fortunately, I might have a plan. When I was upgrading your phone, I added a few features. You see that huge button that says Jetpack? Watch this. There. You should have just enough fuel to reach the top. Now, get up there. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Ow. Fuck. 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 Shit. Dude, I am like destroying this fucking jetpack. My. Oh my god, There we go. It seems you've bested me. But only because you had the help of a brilliant Dr. Alphys. Oh, I loathe to think of what would happen if you were without her. Well, toodles. Oh yes, about the substitution. Haven't you ever seen a cooking show before? I already baked the cake ahead of time, so forget it. Damn. Wow, we did it. We really did it. Great job out there, team. Well, Anyway, let's keep heading forward. An ominous structure looms over. You're filled with determination. Hell yeah. See that building in the distance? That's the core, the source of all power for the underground. It converts geothermal energy into magical electricity by, Anyway, that's where we're going to go. In the core is an elevator directly to Asgore's castle. And from there, you can go home. Do 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 do. Dinner with the girlfriend? It's a picture of a cat oh. Next to a bowl of instant noodles. Whoa. I just realized I have to keep on moving. Like, there should honestly be a skill check that's like that. That would be so cool. Hi, it's Dr. Alphys. This puzzle is kind of, timing based. You see the switches over there? You'll have to press all 3 of them within 3 seconds. I'll try to help you with the rhythm. Damn it. You motherfucker. Hey, looks like you only needed to press 2 of them. I pressed 2 of them earlier. Oh gosh, I hated this one. That's the last time I tried to help with a puzzle, Lamau. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom, so I'll be MIA for a bit. Damn you! I'm sure you can handle this puzzle yourself. Oh. The fuck do I do? Yeah. I don't know what to do. I forgot, like, this entire puzzle. I don't like this puzzle. It's so confusing. Because I know it starts right there. Then I'm pretty sure you just go this and down. But you're always at like a bottleneck right there. I'm like focused. How do I do this? Oh my gosh. Okay. So I need to have it going that way when I jump on it, so it'll be that way. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Okay. You. And then we'll go like this. No. Damn it. I don't have this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. Oh. Shush. 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 Hey, you, stop. We've, like, received an anonymous tip about a human wearing a striped shirt. They told us they were wandering around Hotland right now. I know, sounds scary, huh? Well, just stay chill. We'll bring you someplace safe, okay? Huh? What is it, bro? The shirt they're wearing? Like, what about it? That ain't me. Bro, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Bummer. This is, like, mega embarrassing. We, like, actually totally have to kill you and stuff. Ow. They're totally gay for each other. Ah. There we go. Oopsies, wait, how's the human doing? Okay, I'm back in another dark room, huh? Don't worry, my hacking skills have got things covered. Yeah. Are you serious? Oh, yes. Good evening, beauties and gentle beauties. This is Mettaton reporting live from MTT News. An interesting situation has arisen in Eastern Hotland. Fortunately, our correspondent is out there reporting live. Brave correspondent, please find something newsworthy to report. Our 10 wonderful viewers are waiting for you. Basketballs are a blast, isn't it, darling? Too bad you can't play with these balls. They're MTT brand fashion basketballs for wearing, not playing. You can't get rich and famous like moi without beautifying a few orbs. Oh no, that movie script, how'd that get there? It's a super juicy sneak preview of my latest guaranteed not to be bomb film. Mettaton, I barely know how to do drum rolls. It comes mostly out of a single 4-hour shot of rose petals showering on my reclining body. Oh, but that's not confirmed! You wouldn't spoil my movie for everyone. I would report it. Attention viewers, our correspondent has found a movie script. Oh my, and it looks like it's for my latest film. Let's not keep them waiting. Let's open it up and it's gonna be a bomb. Everything's gonna be a bomb. You haven't even seen the rest of the room yet. Everything's just bombs. Even my words are bombs. Brave correspondent, if you don't defuse all the bombs, this big bomb will blow you to smithereens in 2 minutes and you won't be reporting live anymore longer. How terrible, how disturbing. Our 9 viewers. Good luck, darling. Don't worry. I installed a bomb diffusing program on your phone. Use the defuse option when the bomb is in the defuse zone. Now, go get him. Okay. Okay, where's the other one? There's 4. Oh my god, this thing needs to... I just saw that shit. Dude, get your ass back over here. Dude, I'm not gonna do it in time. Oh, finally, there's that one. Did we do it? Yay! Well done, darling! You've deactivated all of the bombs. If you didn't deactivate them, the big bomb would have exploded in 2 minutes. Now it won't explode in 2 minutes. Instead, it'll explode in 2 seconds. Goodbye, darling. Ah. It seems the bomb isn't going off. That's because, while you were monologuing, I fixed some change. Oh no, you deactivated the bomb with your hacking skills? Yeah, that's what I did. Curses, it seems I've been foiled again. Curse you, human, curse you, Dr. Alphys, for helping so much. But I don't curse my 8 wonderful viewers for tuning in. Until next time, darling. Wow, we really showed him, huh? Hey, I know I was kind of weird at first, but I really think I'm getting more confident about guiding you. So don't worry about that big dumb robot. I'll protect you from him. And if it really came down to it, we would just turn... never mind. Later! Okay. For my 2 wonderful viewers. Yeah? I noticed you've been kind of quiet. Are you worried about meeting Asgore? Well, don't worry, okay? The king is a really nice guy. I'm sure you can talk to him and with your humans so you can pass through the barrier. So no worrying, okay? Just forget about it and smile. Mm-hmm. Let's go to left floor 3. Welcome to our parlor, dearie. Dearie, interested in some spider pastries? All proceeds go to real spiders. Check out the webs to make a purchase. It's literally so much, dude. We're gonna end up having to fight her. Hi, Alphys here. This room is like the room we saw before. There are 2 puzzles to the north and south. You'll have to solve them both to proceed. Also, I'd like to say, I don't really like giving away puzzle solutions, but if you do need help, just call me, okay? Actually, wait, I have an idea. Let's be friends on Undernet. Then you can just ping me whenever you need help. Wait, we're already friends, aren't we? I signed you up, didn't I? You reading my posts the whole time. Well, I hope you'll agree with me. About Mew Mew too. Fuck. Okay. Right before I, like... Literally right before I went on the, thing. There was one hit. Oh wait, that's where I need to go. Ugh. Oh shit, I fucked that up. There we go. Hell yeah. Yippee! We did it! We did it! Whoa, where did they come from? Okay. Fuck, I keep on going the same way. There we go. That is the wrong way, actually. It was the north and south. I just realized she said that. Am I oh my gosh. I keep doing that. That's where we were supposed to go. Alright. I kinda forgot. Hey! This, doesn't have anything to do with guiding you, but, hey, would you wanna watch a human TV show together? Sometime. It's called, You Mew Kissy Cutie. No. Well, that's okay. Just thought I'd ask. But I think you'd really like it if you gave it a chance. Hold up. How do I? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh. I was like, what do I do? We did it. There's a cactus. There's a cactus. There's a cactus. I want the cactus. I want to touch it. I want to touch the cactus. There we go. The doors are open. Oh. I was like, oh, is Mettaton gonna be there? Oh, hey, finally, save. Oh, we're gonna actually have to do this. I just realized that. Because last time we actually bought, but I was thinking I was gonna do the genocide route. Like the actual genocide. I heard that they hate spiders. I heard that they love to stomp on them. I heard that they like to tear their legs off. I heard that they're awfully stingy with their money. You think your taste is too refined for our pastries, don't you, dearie? I disagree with that notion. I think your taste is exactly what this next batch needs. Don't look so blue, my dearie. Okay, I think purple is a better look on you. Okay. Why so pale? You should be proud. That actually was like in thing. Whatchamacallit? Oh, oh, oh! Oh, oh, oh! I haven't heard this in forever, oh my gosh. Your soul is gonna make every spider very happy. Ooh! Ah! What the fuck? It literally shows what's up next to. What does this one do? Oh. Oh. Oh, 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 that's what we have to do. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Fuck, that's not what I did. That's what I was trying to do. Fuck. Oh god. I am confused. Offered us a lot of money for your soul. Oh my gosh, it's so fast. What the fuck? Fun. I'm going to die this fight. I'm most definitely going to die. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you boomerang? Oh, it's a croissant. Why are there croissants now? But I swear I saw in the shadows changing shape. Oh no. This was the one that I was very confused about. It was the other one. It cannot end now. Chat, stay determined. Just be like alphas. Oh. I keep on accidentally dialing Toriel. Whoopsies. Well, now I know what the attacks are. Thank you, Koof. I bought. Don't look so blue, my dearie. Okay. Dude, I missed like 2 of those, dude. Oopsies. At least it's not like the Undyne fight anymore. Well, I think this is the... Yeah... Okay. That actually... Okay. Oh, I, like, immediately... Okay. They had such a sweet smile. Oh my gosh. Poisson. Oh my gosh, I'm like fucked again. Like absolutely butt fucked right now, bro. Yep, got butt. I just got butt fucked. Just completely butt fucked. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna do this. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. It's fine. It's fine. This is cool. This is cool. Okay. Okay. We have to lock in now. Like, we actually have to lock in. Like, I'm like literally like sitting here like... Fuck! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Come on. Come on, I'm trying to do this. Fuck. Do I have any items? I need more items. I need more healing items, dude. Oh my gosh, I need more healing items. Whew. Chat, stay determined. Oh wait, we have the dimensional box in our phone. Let's see what we have in there. That's all I have. Oh wait, actually, it's... And then... Nope. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Because that way we can use that. Heals 10. Oof. Well, at least we're gonna have some, you know, some, just even if it's a little bit. Whew. Okay. That was a horrible first hit. Holy shit. Whee. It is cold. Why so pale? You should be proud. Proud that you're gonna make a delicious cake. Your soul is going to make every spider very happy. Okay. Okay, that one wasn't as bad. Fuck. Okay. Oh, we've recovered 14. Okay, that's a lot better. He had such a sweet smile. Okay. Fuck. Nope, that's not what I was trying to do. Oh. Yeah, God damn it. Oh. Fuck. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think I might end. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. I might end it right now. Like, I might end stream right now just because I'm starting to get tired and yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, no. My brain ain't wanting to focus too much. I think tomorrow, like, I'll have like a cup of coffee or something. I'll try to start out with finishing Undertale and then I'll probably get the whatchamacallit. I'll go on to Dandy's World because they're supposed to have more skins. And I'm really hoping there's gonna be a Louis skin. But oh, that was a lot today. That was a lot. I think so far we might be doing a little bit better than we were doing my first run. So that's at least good. That's a good thing. But yeah. Oh, that was a So I think I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. I am gonna find someone to raid real quick. Let's see who all is live. Are any of my friends live? Damn, none of my friends are live. Damn. Anyways, I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the streamy, or to the raidie. You guys are rocks. It's a rock raid. Anyways, yeah. I'm sleepy. I'm very sleepy right now. Anyways, bye! I'll be back tomorrow for the new